Good day, friends. Milo here, and today we are carrying on with the expansion Corsairs of Umbar, and we are in Malgabalas. We have just crossed borders into Anfalas. So, the king and queen have come to Anfalas. We are starting with the cliffs of Langstrand. The king and queen have come to Anfalas. I never thought I would see such a day as this, for the Langstrand is so far from the White City, and it seemed we were just a distant from their minds, if not further. It must be they were impressed by the swords and spears that Lord Gulls brought to bear during the war. He is greatly missed. You tell the man that Gulls fought bravely on behalf of the king and brought honor to Anfalas. He smiles and holds up a hand. I rejoice to hear you say so, stranger, but it is unnecessary. His quality was well known to his people, and though his son Orgolas is still young, there are none who doubt he will grow to be his father's equal. But do you bring pleasing words alone, or are you here to help us? We could use assistance, thinning the links hereabouts, and the Corsairs have been even more of a problem of late. Alright, links and Corsairs is what we're hunting. Deed bestowed. Defeat many Corsairs in Outer Gondor. Okay, and now I'll check Corsairs.
You took care of the beasts that threatened Melgabos?
Lynx and Corsairs both? Perhaps the king and queen knew what they were doing when they brought you with them to visit the Langstrand. But there may be something more serious afoot than even those foes. A guard has come to Malgobas from Lonsurian, and he looks worried. Perhaps he will share with a member of the king's traveling party what has brought him here.
If you have the trust of King Elazar, I suppose you have more than earned my own.
I hope I do not step wrong by telling you this, or the Lady Mara will have my head. I am seeking Orgolas, the young heir of Lord Golas' skill. He has gone missing.
This is not the first time Orgolas has slipped his keeper's watch.
The missing heir. This is not the first time Orgolas has slipped his keeper's watch and escaped to tour the countryside, but with the Corsairs still harrying the coast, I need not tell you that the once harmless excursions have become more dangerous than before. Will you help me look for him? Search along the beach to the south, and I will ask around the fishing village to learn if anyone has seen him of late. There's no sign of Orgolas here. There is no sign of Orgolas here either. There is no sign of Orgolas along the beach.
You found no sign of the boy?
No one around the village has seen him of late. I cannot return to Lonsurian without him.
Do not despair before there is need, my friend.
We have seen no sign of Orgolas, but neither is there evidence that he ran afoul of danger. Alester strokes his chin and gazes out over the waves. Is there a tall watchtower of some sort along the coast? Golas' heir might have climbed such a tower in order to get a better view of the Corsairs' ships out in the bay. Such a sight might be difficult for a young boy to refuse, if my own childhood is to be any indication. Meet up with Alester outside Barret Fane. Alright, that'll be the next town. Before we head on over there, we will work on the quests in Melgabas. Alright, here's the first one.
Will you play a game with me? My sister is busy, so I've got no one to play with.
Hide and secrets. I'll hide somewhere and you'll have to find me. I promise I won't go far. Go to the well over there across from the horses. Close your eyes and count slow. You have to play fair. Where's this well? Oh, here's the well. Count to 10. Oh, and of course they block it out. I was gonna look around to see. That's okay. Find and poke Anok. Where could he be? found him! Heh, that was fun. Thanks. He pauses to hesitate, the smile on his face slowly fading. May I tell you a secret? My sister, Hedra, she's been gone for a long time. She took father's knife with her. I don't know what she's going to do, but she made me promise not to tell anyone. That sounds bad, right? A line to be crossed. Hedra told me she was going west, where there's a lot of Corsairs. The Corsairs already took father. I don't want them to take her too. Please, 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 can you find her? I want her to come home. I'm scared. Okay. There she is.
Who are you? What do you want?
As you explained, she lowers her knife. I should have known Anok would tell someone eventually. The truth is, I wanted to avenge father. Those Corsairs took him away, and I couldn't even do anything about it. I thought maybe if I muster up the courage to fight them off, they'd leave us alone forever. It sounds silly, doesn't it? Me, fighting all those men. And I want to. I want to run and screaming and tear them apart. I'm so angry. But I'm also so scared. I've never hurt anyone. I don't want to hurt anyone. But they hurt father. He must be dead by now. What am I supposed to do?
None of this feels right.
Lost no more. She looks down at her father's knife in her hands. Take this away from me, please. I don't think father would want me risking my life to hurt people with it. But what if I used it to free other captives? There must be some still surviving. There must be a chance. I'll wait here. If you find any captives, I can guide them to Malgobas. Okay. Guess we're gonna ride along the coast. Oh! Here is a pop-up quest. Pop-up quest is the wreck of the tezhor. Though some Corsairs fled the wreck of the tezhor, many remained to harry the people of Malgobas. Defeating them may help peace find these shores once more sooner rather than later. Pop-up quest is completed. I am still, however, looking for captives. Ah, here's a captive.
My name's Udnerth. I'll spare you the trouble of searching for more survivors. I'm the last one.
You say there's a girl from Melkabas waiting nearby? Get me out of here, and I'll make her run for it. He glances at the knife in your hands. Something changes in his weather-worn face, but you can't quite figure out what. After you free me from my bindings, could you give me that? I haven't got anything to defend myself with. Alright.
I could sit in this chair for 1,000 years and watch the woods consume the neighborhood, watch the ambitions come and go, surround and go.
The moment I saw you holding that knife, I should have realized it was mine. But I didn't dare hope. Hope left me long ago.
These Corsairs have been allowed to harass us for too long. The rest of the kingdom has moved on from the war, and yet Anfalas has been left to fester. Still, not all is lost. A stranger was kind enough to help my son and daughter, asking for nothing in return. A grin breaks across Udner's face before he turns to Hedra. Let's go home. Ah, a happy ending. Alright, let's go back to town.
We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
A discerning eye. So many boats to fix and no wood to use. This isn't ideal. Where in the world is Dardrek? Ah, you, traveler. Did you happen to travel here from the north, past a lumber camp? My friend Dardrek told me he'd join me in Melkabas soon, but it's been days since I arrived. The Corsairs can't have raided the camp, right? Could you make sure he's alright? Surely the trees here can offer the same quality of wood that he seeks. Lumber camp all the way up there. Okie dokie. I'm gonna break for a quick bio. I will be right back.
Time has brought us up to this point, it will carry us far beyond it until we are nothing. Sometimes I feel like we're just words on a page. Close your eyes and be still. Close your eyes and be still. Close your eyes and be still. And be still.
And I'm back. Let's go to the lumber camp. Okay, here's the lumber camp coming into view.
We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
Govak sent you, didn't he? Ha! That man never stops worrying about me. I simply don't wish to leave empty-handed. The trees in Fleetmire have good wood, and there are folks in Malgobas who cannot travel as far as I can for such quality. Unfortunately, the Corsairs, or rather their actions, have been a persistent thorn in my side. Thanks to their excessive woodcutting there, the bog lurkers have become aggressive. I'm no fighter. I'd sooner find my death trying to wield my axe against anything that breathes, but you seem to be capable of defending yourself.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
Waste not. If you'd like to make some coin, why not help me? A group of Corsairs passed through Fleetmire recently, southwest of here. They procured more wood than they could carry, so they simply left the logs behind to rot. Bring those logs back to me, and I'll consider the job done. You have discovered Fleetmire. Couple more pieces.
We must not let our vigilance lapse.
The bog-lurkers were no match for you, eh? I suppose I ought to start learning a thing or two about dealing with them. Or those Corsairs. But I first. Govak must be worried sick waiting for me. I'll be on my way then. Thanks, Hunter. Is this not just... There we go. Was lag. Alright. Back we go. I'm gonna cut across country if the lag will allow me to. Oh, apparently my warhorse got stuck. Come on. Dang, the lag is bad at the moment.
We must not let our vigilance lapse.
Fishy work. Got a lot of fish here, but not enough hands to move 'em to the drying racks. Take this bucket, will you? Fill it with fish from the crate over there, then set 'em out on the racks. There we go. This is a fish drying rack. Where's the last one? There it is. Straight ahead.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor. We must not let our vigilance lapse.
Shooing seagulls. These cursed seagulls never give me a moment's rest. Shoo 'em away from Melgabas and I'll pay you. It's all the fish. That's why.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
That one was easy enough. Okay.
Gondor will never be as it was.
The Old Woman and the Sea. The old woman barely pauses to acknowledge your presence. No, I do not require help, she intones, as if she's repeated these words to others before. She continues digging for a while longer before finally speaking up again. A stubborn one, aren't you? Let me work in peace. If you truly wish to help, then find me some pebbles and a piece of driftwood. There should be plenty along the beach here.
Ever be an end to this toil?
I did not think you would come back. Thank you. If my son were here, he would thank you too. I made sure he had good manners after all. The Corsairs took him away, but the sea claimed him in the end. I have nothing to bury but this crate of seashells from his childhood. She utters no more words. Instead, she picks up her shovel and continues digging. I think I've completed all the quests in this town now. Alright, time to go meet up with Aragorn.
Have you come to help? Good.
We must not take these days for granted.
Alright, we're gonna carry on with the missing heir at this point. King Lesser kneels outside burned fane, studying the ground intently.
Aye, this is just the sort of place I expected. What do you make of these tracks?
It is possible the tracks were left by a child's shoe, but it is hard to say. There he is.
What do you want? I'm not ready to return to Lon Kirion, and you cannot make me.
I have not yet even seen any of the Corsair ships up close.
Wait, who is that man? Is he King Elisar?
Orgolas. Hey Galad, yeah, no, it's going well. I'm enjoying it so far. Taking my time exploring each new zone and all the side quests. It's a lot of fun. How about you? Wait, who is that man? Is he King Elisar? My mother brought me to the king's wedding this summer, but I only saw him from afar, and we did not stay long. Can he really have come to Anfalas? You tell Orgolas that Elisar joined the search to find him, and the boy's eyes widen in amazement. Truthfully? He came here to seek me? I cannot believe it. I simply must show him to my home. Yes, I will return to Lon Sirion at once. King Elisar, Mother will be so surprised.
Lead on, young Master Orgolas. We will follow you to Lon Kirion.
It is located to the west, Miloa, and was named Kiriolonde by the men of Numenor, who settled there during the Second Age. It is the oldest Numenorian settlement in Gondor, but its original name fell out of use, and is now Lon Kirion. It was Gulls' ruling seat, and now his widow Mara holds it until their son comes of age. Alright. Well, that's all the way over there. We're first gonna finish up the quests in this town. Wow, 340 boxes saved up? Yeah, I didn't save up. I have too many tunes to try to gear out.
What happened here, you ask? I'd like to know myself.
Alright.
Our men, fallen in war. Our shores given to the want of Corsairs. Land, bridge, and dwelling, ravaged by hatred and time. I'm used to all of that. But the sudden end of a man in the middle of the road, so close to home. A dark foreboding indeed.
More so than what was wrought these lands, for as long as I can remember. Perhaps you can find what I could not. The clothes are stained with green ichor. The stench is foul.
You found the victim's clothes, stained in a green ichor. That seems to line up with what I found as well. It has a fell odor to it also. You should investigate amongst the townfolk, and see if anyone has seen this substance before.
Green ichor? We have none of that here in Baradfine. Most of our drafts are for mending and treating injuries.
I cannot say such a substance comes from here.
Anything suspicious to report? Why, of course! All manner of foul play is afoot!
Do I have anything suspicious to report? Corsairs are harrying the shores. Animals are pestering our foragers. Well, there is one person I do not recognize here, and they seem very anxious. I couldn't tell you where to find them, but if they look out of place and disturbed, chances are you have found your quarry.
I've done nothing wrong. I was just passing through. On my way to Langstrand, I was. My wagon was hijacked just up the road before arriving here.
A foul-smelling substance? Of course, the person who hijacked my wagon reeked of it. I ended up here a day later to find my wagon abandoned on the town's western exit. Surely you will find more of that wretched substance. Thanks for the reminder, Galad. I will definitely check my reward track before lining out tonight. Stained shard. You have found a shard of glass stained with ichor.
This shard of glass is intriguing. It is familiar to me, or rather, I've heard of this before.
Come with me, let us discuss this away from prying eyes. There is more to discuss.
This ichor, it is grotesque and foul in smell. A certain result of fell experiments. Now, I've only heard rumors of such a thing. Ghastly abominations roaming the halls of Khan Doom.
A vile trail of bile. This ichor, it is grotesque and foul in smell, a certain result of foul experiments. I've only heard rumors of such a thing. Ghastly abominations roaming the halls of Khan Doom. Of course, I have no experience with this, but my friend was so curious about the depths of that place, he decided to venture there. Torvendor was his name. I can only assume that whatever lay waiting in those halls has now found its way here to us. I have a new lead. One of the townsfolk spotted a suspicious figure running off towards the western road at night. See if you can pick up their trail and follow it to whatever ends. I'll be here. Alright, file fragment. The trail seems to follow the road west. Keep going. Another fragment. This shard matches. Keep following the road west. The shard is smaller. The trail keeps going. The smell is more foul on this. It continues west. The shard is quite large. The end is near. The trail veers into the trees to a campsite. Lost knapsack. You have been spotted. Alright, the Corsair has been dealt with. Let's see if I can go grab this campsite. There's a guy here I have to remember to come do a quest with. Where is my campsite skill? Return to camp. That's what I was looking for. Alright. You know, I'm halfway to the next stable, so let's just carry on that way. And then I'll circle back to the previous camp here in Barrett Fane. Just grabbing the stable and then heading back.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
I want to go back to Barrett Fane. There we go.
This sash. It is unlike the ilk of Corsair we see that typically trouble these shores.
Fortunately, it gives us our next clue.
Some new information has shed some light on these new happenings. I shall try to glean more information from the sash you brought back.
A vile trail marked by sea. Some new information has shed some light on these new happenings. I shall try to glean more information from the sash you brought back. Recently, while out hunting, the folk have noticed a camp in the hills to the north. It has always been empty according to their reports, but there is evidence of recent use. As with all cases, this cannot be mere coincidence. It suggests that whoever we are dealing with will not be here for long. Obscured note. The note is barely readable. Maybe Hadorian can make sense of it.
What's written on this note is barely readable, but this last line here is of concern. It is time.
It seems we are out of time. Whatever they were planning to do, they plan to do soon. I think I may have everything I need to solve this case.
I have been trying to connect the clues and pieces of the puzzle. Our culprit is not of this realm, and is most likely making their escape. An escape witnessed by our poor victim. They are hastened by worry. They are making mistakes.
There is an old shipwreck to the southwest. I'd venture to guess that our culprit is going to try and make their escape by fashioning something seaworthy out of that wreck. We must make haste. We approach under the guise of night.
Beset by a sudden murder, I set out to capture the person responsible, and in so doing, revealed a much larger plot. One whose shadow is cast far and wide over land and sea. We shall bring this person to justice, One way or another. Good, you are here. The shipwreck is over yonder, in the clearing. They make fast for an escape using scavenged parts from the shipwreck. We must be quick.
I have had just about enough of this land and its people. Every step of the way. One nuisance after the other. All for this thing. This vial of Ifrin. I've nearly lost all that I've left that wretched place with. But this will have to do. For the sea casts its shadow far and wide.
Your blight upon these lands ends here, whoever you are. You will not escape, and whatever it is you took from that apothecary will not see another dawn.
Your gallantry is to be praised, Ranger. You saw what happened to the poor man. And now that you've witnessed Kasha, you too shall share his fate. For the sea shadow does not like loose ends.
Sure, leave me to fight these guys all by myself.
This crush-up has gotten away, but now we know what his goal was, to deliver this vial of Ifrin. We must pursue him at all costs.
Meet me back at Barret Fane to discuss our options. I will need some time to consider our options, Miloa. Until then, I want you to seek passage across the seas. We now know that this cash-up is prone to mistakes when pressured. I shall follow the trail to whatever ends. I will make contact with you when the time comes. I'm grateful for your assistance here. So, story to be continued. Alright. Next one.
Yes?
Woes of traveling. Good traveler, I hope I find you well. I'm looking for someone to check on my traveling companions. With all of the commotion here in Barret Fane and the animals in the area becoming more agitated, we had to find intermediate shelter. Barret Fane lacks the necessities we need. Could you find Luingil at Edgelender and lend your aid to our travels? Okay, that is the encampment. I'm gonna put a pin in that one as well. Let's rather try... I want to finish everything in this air zone first. Plus there is a marker here. Okay. Well, maybe let's just return to camp. Go do that one.
Have you a moment?
Ah, Cecilia sent you to check on us. So she does care after all. We are doing quite well, actually. We've set up camp and are currently waiting for our companion to fix their wagon before progressing on our journey to iaphel. Actually, there is something with which we could use assistance, if you're able.
Beware the servants of the enemy.
A rough road to iaphel. We find ourselves at a crossroads, quite literally. My companions and I were on our way to Iaphel when one of our own expressed concern of over their wagon. Naturally, we set up camp here so we could address their concerns before moving forward. Our scouts tell us of a menace of local fauna that could present trouble for our party. You look as though you are handy with steel. Could you perhaps do us a courtesy and clear a path for us? Alright, it's right there. Alright. Alright, this is a deed. Okay, the lynx is at another location. A cave. More prowlers. Return to camp.
Beware the servants of the enemy.
This should suffice. We are not so defenseless ourselves. but with the numbers along the road sufficiently reduced, we should manage on our own. Thank you, traveler, for your much-needed assistance. Okay, there was also this guy by the road. Since I'm here anyways, may as well.
Have your moment.
Fasten a wagon. I suspected as much on the way up from Malgabas. Hello, stranger. The creaks from my wagon worried me. I was not confident I could make it to Iaphel, much less meet my traveling companions up on the ridge. I have found the culprit. The spokes are about to give. Could you perhaps aid me? I couldn't find a suitable spare wheel in Barrett Fane, but I'm almost certain there exists one in Langstrand. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a spare wheel? Okay. That I can do. Guess I need to go down. No, I'm not gonna fall down there. This is very confusing. I feel like I just rode in a circle. Still need one level down. There's the spare wheel. Sheesh. Oh, it's tough to find. You found the spare wheel. Gonna go return to camp. I'm kinda glad they put the campfire there for the hunter. Everybody else has to hoof it back.
Beware the servants of the enemy.
This should perform splendidly. Not only can I join my companions up on the ridge, but I should be able to make the remainder of the trip to iaphel. You have my gratitude, traveler. Alright. Now I'm gonna map back to the previous town, because I still have some quests there to finish.
You are here to help?
To the haven of sailors. Ever since the war, the lands have been emptied of our most seasoned and hardy folk. Guard duties have been delegated to garrisons, mostly made up of new recruits with barely any field experience. Langstrand, to the west of here, remains harried by straggler Corsairs and tezhor. They grow bold and encroach further towards Lagordun. Would you help me by repelling the Corsairs? Dang, those are all the way out there. Okay. I was silly. I should have used the stable. Oh well. This is probably the longest bridge that we've ever had in Lurcher. Okay, I've discovered tezhor. Oh, and Mara's a non-Syrian. Ah, Miloa, I'm glad to see you well. Lansirian is grateful for your aid in driving back the Corsairs of Umbar, for they have long troubled our shores. With the war ended and many lost, we can only depend on those left behind to be up to the task. I too am personally grateful to that you were able to help our new recruits. Your wisdom and martial discipline is appreciated. Now, if there is nothing else. Okay, there's a shortcut over here for next time. Didn't have to go all the way around. I do still have to go back to the previous town, because I have a quest there to finish. Barrett Fane.
Have you come to help? Good. We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
A curse festers within. You can help. Yes, you can. My search for this cursed child has ended. They are here to bring eternal ruin to Anfalas. The prosperity of the Langstrand is in your hands. Every single huntsman I have sent to end this imminent doom upon us has not returned. But I see you. You look very capable. You look at the stranger with elevated skepticism. Please, time is of the essence. The trail ends here among the bluffs of Anfalas to the southwest. Okay. What do you want? This is my quarry. I have been tracking this girl for many moons. Nothing you say can convince me to abandon course. I shall claim the bounty. Intimidating. The bounty is not worth the effort.
We must not take these days for granted.
Please don't hurt me. The woman recoils at your approach, but you raise your hands in surrender. A cursed child, you say? I'm no child, but I have been running from hunters all my life. I was told the circumstances of my birth were extraordinary by Garrick. When my mother passed, he took me in, but I was treated poorly and subjected to horrible experiments for his own esoteric pursuits of knowledge. Apparently my existence is akin to a curse upon Anfalas. When I grew older, I managed to escape and have been on the run since. I don't know whether I am cursed or not, but I'm done running. Would you help me gain my freedom? finally confront Garrick.
You will perish.
You returned to me empty-handed. I placed all my faith in you to prevent the doom of Anfalas. You informed Garrick that the woman must go free. Never! You have no idea what you have done. You will be the doom of us all. You had no choice but to stop Garrick the adult.
There is always work to be done.
I cannot thank you enough for what you have done. This is the start of something new. I have not been able to live peacefully without a shadow looming over me for quite some time. I'm in your debt, good stranger. Farewell, strange traveler. Thank you. Alright, let's go. Finally, we can go to Langstrand.
There is always work to be done.
We are going to continue on now with the book quest, Orgolas.
Here we are.
Now you've probably seen impressive places on your journey across Condor, and Minas Tirith is of course very large, but my teachers say that Langstrand is older than all of them. Let me show you around, King Elessar.
Master Orgolas is very excited, but you and the king should first present yourselves to the Lady Mara.
It would be proper. She will be inside the hall. Well, I know where she is. And I know the shortcut. Lady Mara motions for you to come forward.
You and your traveling party are welcome to Langstrand, King Elessar.
And all of you will enjoy the hospitality of my house. Please feel free to explore the anfalas as you wish, but know that the Corsairs of Umbar trouble the longshore. Even despite the war's ending, my guards cannot ensure your safety if you stray near the coast. But I understand this elf was present when my husband fell. Would you speak to me on what befell my dear Gullasgill in the king's service? You speak of Gullasgill's bravery before the Black Gate of Mordor, and that you repaid with death the great Olog that gave him his mortal wound, moments before the defeat of the Dark Lord Sauron. Mara's eyes brim with tears, but she wipes them away with her sleeve, and her expression hardens. So near to the end, then? I worried it might have been so. What need was there for my husband to die, if the men of the West were so near to their victory? My Gullasgill had not the attention of Sauron. He was but one man among hundreds, whose sword arm failed to slay the Olog that killed my husband before it could reach him, Miloa. Was it yours? Was it the king's? You may leave me, Miloa. I have words to speak to Elessar, but they are not for your hearing. See the comforts of Lonsurion, and know that Gullasgill will not enjoy them again. Okay, we've got a bunch of places to visit now. Hey, Bruce. Yeah, the Mariner is pretty great to play. It's challenging, that's for sure. I'm actually in the middle of putting together a video that will walk people through it. I hope to get that out maybe next week. This week is kind of just trying to get all the way through Umbar, get this character to 150. And then next week I'm going to be focusing on creating that training video for the Mariner to walk people through it and make it easy. I still have a circle in here. So apparently still somebody I gotta talk to, maybe? Ah, here we go, here's the circle. The library of Langkirion smells of dust and candle wax.
Gullasgill's heir is too young to rule.
The king has come to resolve the line of succession, hasn't he? Gullasgill heir is too young to rule, and has ceded some of his authority to his mother Mara, but there are some in Langkirion and elsewhere who believe she is not fit to govern in these trying times, and she's still in mourning. There is another matter of some curiosity, stranger. It is known that before he departed for the war, Gullasgill prepared a parchment containing his last wishes, but it cannot be found. I have spoken to Mara about this, and she brushes away my questioning. There is something untoward going on. You should tell the king, for the safety of Anfalas is affected, and that imperils the kingdom. Find the guardsman on the bridge. Okay. The bridge offers a breathtaking view of the water.
I saw you and King Elessar when you arrived at Langkirion in the company of young Master Orgolas.
He is a frequent visitor to this bridge, and often wants news from me concerning distant lands. The news is poor of late. Corsair ships are often seen along the coast, and they endanger the fisherfolk and peasantry of Anfalas. Do they not know the war is over? Okay, now I need to go down to the docks. Ah, I did it again. Had to make a turn. Orgolas watches the soldiers training with sword and with bow.
Ho there! I come here often to watch the soldiers training.
One day I hope to have as much martial prowess as they do. I will be as good a fighter as my father was. Nay, I shall be even better. Mother says the war is over, but errands showed me a ship far off in the bay that must have been full of Corsairs sailing from Umbar. I hope they are not all dealt with before I have finished my sword training. Dropping this to my milestone.
Lady Mara and I have come to an understanding.
And she knows we did as much for her husband as we could, and mourn with her that it was not enough. She has my promise that we will work to defend her people, as Gulls Guild desired.
Lady Mara's scouts patrol the lands hereabout in search of Corsair raiding parties.
Enemies of Anfalas. Lady Mara's scouts patrol the lands hereabout in search of Corsair raiding parties, and I have offered to them the assistance of my traveling companions, many of whom are deadly with weapons of every sort. I count on you in this number, Miloa, and would greatly appreciate your aiding the scouts as they seek such foes as trouble Anfalas. The scouts have gone in 3 directions, to the north, the east, and to the south. We'll go north to Borean first.
We must strive to defend our newly gained peace.
You are here to help oppose the enemies of Anfalas? I am pleased to hear it, for I surprised a number of Corsairs creeping about those rocks, and I believe they will soon return. Thank you, my friend. Borean, thanks you for the help. Alright. Next spot. Gilvanel on the hill east of Lanserian.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
Right. I am gonna be taking a quick break. I will be back in a little bit. I am back, and we're gonna be carrying on with enemies of anfalas. Now, I hope you all don't mind, but I got some snackage here. Some good thins, gluten-free rice cakes to munch on.
You are here to help?
Okay. One second, gotta handle the dogs. Okay.
Oh, I am glad you have returned.
King Elessor asked for me to attend to some business about an hour from now, and I am consumed with worry about what it might be. I'm trying not to be nervous, but it is, well, it is difficult.
Will you accompany me, my friend? The king did not prohibit it, so far as I know.
Okay. Last wishes of the Lord of something. Will you accompany me, my friend? The king did not prohibit it, so far as I know, and I cannot imagine he would not allow you to be present at whatever this duty turns out to be. I would just feel better if you were there, Miloa. Tell me you will come with me. Lord of Langstrad.
Thank you, my friend. I will not forget this.
Let's go, I guess.
Today we are gathered to hear the last wishes of Galazgil, Lord of Anfalas, who fell in service of the kingdom.
We're here to witness the last wishes of Lord Galazgil, as written in his final testament. That is a relief, Miloa. I was afraid I had done something wrong. Kaibar turns a bright shade of pink at the realization that he has spoken loudly in the quiet room. Oh, hush now, Kaibar, he chides himself under his breath. This is a solemn occasion.
Lord Galazgil's last wishes should have been presented before now.
Why wait so many months to reveal his wishes?
I found them only today.
Oh, is that so? They were lost.
Bring them forth, Lady Mara, if you will.
The seal is broken. How are we to know the contents of this testament are as Lord Gulaskiel intended? Mara might have written anything within.
The seal in these papers has indeed been broken.
My scribe has much skill and experience with the written word. He will tell us if Gulazgil wrote this testament. Kaibar, will you examine the writing contained within, please?
Oh, yes, of course, my king. It is true, the seal is broken, but the letter within is written in only one hand.
That proves nothing. Mara might have written or rewritten it in its entirety.
Lady Mara, can you produce a sample of your husband's writing for us?
Oh, I suppose there might be something within this chamber.
My friend, find a sample of Gulazgil's writing. Show it to Kaibar.
You got it, boss. You found something written in Gulazgil's hand? Aye. These notes are extensive. And see where he signed them? Here at the bottom? He must have been very interested in the movement of the currents to have written so much. Let me compare the handwriting of these pages with his purported testament.
The handwriting matches perfectly.
Thank you, Kaibar. Read us now the last wishes of Lord Gulazgil, if you would.
Very well, my king. I, Gulazgil of Anfalas, make this record in the library of Lond Kirion, my home. Tomorrow I depart for Minas Tirith at the command of the steward Denethor. Should I not return, this testament will direct the disposal of my land and property. And to the fishing village of Melgobas, I leave that same sum in gold. I direct also that they be given my notes on water temperature and the currents. The streams of Gondor all lead to the sea eventually. But it seems to me that even the Bay of Belfalas has rivers of its own. I have one more wish, and I hold it most dear. To my son Orgolas, I leave the great ship Folfaroth, the Wave Hunter. May he command the Wave Hunter in service of Gondor when he is old enough. I hope to stand alongside him on the deck when he does. But if I cannot, may he follow in his father's footsteps all the same. To my dear wife Mara, I leave my love and all remaining lands and titles I possess. May she rule Anfalas well and wisely, until our son and my heir Orgolas comes of age. that is the end.
Thank you, Kaiba. As King of Gondor, I command that these wishes of loyal Golazgil be carried out as best they may.
Thank you for your part in this, Miloa. I'm glad to have heard Golazgil's wishes, for now we can see that they will be carried out. He was a good friend and a worthy soldier, and I want to honor his directives. There is still a question I want answered, but it is of a sensitive nature, and will first allow the audience to disperse. We will speak with the Lady Mara about this last question, when we can do so without too many ears nearby to hear.
I am sorry, but it was very hard to hear these things.
My husband was a man of great bravery and courage, and a generous heart, but to think of him writing these things alone, without first taking my advice. I will shed no more tears. I wish this letter had not been read here today. Mara falls silent, her face a mask.
I have to ask you something, Mara.
And I do not wish to give you offense or cause you any further upset, but I feel that I must ask it. Elessar fixes his gaze upon the Lady Anfalas. When next he speaks, his voice is gentle, but his eyes are stern. Why did you break the seal upon your husband's last wishes, Mara? The parchment was not found only today, as you suggested. The paper was in your possession ever since Golazgil departed, and you knew its contents before now.
I am grateful for your discretion earlier, my king.
For Korakuen would seek any advantage he could from this, and Golazgil would never forgive me should a widow's weakness endanger orgolas's claim. But I broke the seal and read my husband's last wishes, out of fear that he would do as he was indeed done. Grant to his son and mine that cursed ship, Wave Hunter. How often did he speak of his intentions for Orgolas to follow in his own steps, and become a great mariner like his father? Too often, and every time it cut me deeply. The Wave Hunter was harbored upstream in Penethgillen during the war, to protect it from the Corsair, and I have refused to summon it back here to keep Orgolas as far from its threatening decks as I can. When I saw such a bequest had been made, I did not know what to do, but I cannot disobey the command of the King of Gondor. Hindering Golazgil's wishes was bad enough, but I fear for my son's safety. He is so young, my king. You must understand.
I entreat you to forbid Orgolas from leaving Langstrand, no matter what his father has gifted to him.
Grief and duty. I gave you my thanks for not speaking what you suspected in front of Korakuen, King Elessar, but you will have my thanks 100-fold if you do this now. I entreat you to forbid Orgolas from leaving Langstrand, no matter what his father has gifted to him. Already it is nearly impossible to keep him from sneaking beyond the walls, but perhaps a command from the King of Gondor would stay his steps.
I understand this request, Mara, but I fear you may do more harm with it than you will prevent.
Your son will not be kept from leaving your home, if that is the purpose of his heart. Though the command be in the king's voice, Orgolas will know who wrote the words, and that knowledge can only breed resentment. You say Golazgil was a fine mariner, and I do not doubt he was. But what I have learned of your husband from my own is that he cared deeply for the people of Anfalas. He did not sail from them or from you without great need. Perhaps if Orgolas understood the cares and concerns of the folk, he will rule when he comes of age. He will make the same choice, and the Wave Hunter will remain at its dock. This then is my suggestion. Let your son come with our traveling party as we journey to Gillen. It is my belief that Orgolas will see this land with new eyes, and he will grow into the responsibility he must one day have.
I do not know.
Mara looks from the queen to the king and back again. What if this journey gives life to embers that might otherwise have been cooled? I do not see how such an adventure could prevent that which I fear for my son. But if you permit Darim to also join your traveling party, that he may attend my son and keep him safe, I suppose I cannot refuse.
I am surprised Lady Mara has agreed to allow Orgolas to depart with the king and queen.
But Gillen is not far from here. I will do what I can to keep the boy safe among the green hills. Perhaps he will be less likely to slip my watch if he feels that he is on an adventure, and need not go in search of another one himself.
Is it true? I am to depart with the king's party for Gelen? That is wonderful news!
That is where the wave hunter is currently docked. Miloa, are we going to see the ship that my father left to me?
Do you think there will be fighting?
Among the green hills. Do you think there will be fighting? They say the war is over, but from the tower I saw Corsair ships off in the distance, and the guards report that they sometimes send raiding parties inland to slay and to steal. I have studied the maps, you know, and the road to Gillen leaves Langstrand to the west. It passes through Thingast before turning north, and folks say Thingast might be haunted. I will have my sword at the ready. Will you tell King Alester that I am not afraid? Young Orgolas says the road we must take through Thingast may be haunted. I've not heard this before, though it is true that folk once dwelt there, and now only their ruins remain. They were called the Orodoth by the Dunedain, but they had another name for themselves that I cannot recall. As we travel through Thingast, let us remain alert for any dangers that might threaten the safety of the company, spirits, beasts, or raiding corsairs. 2 of these seem more likely to me, but I will not discount the possibility that the folk of Anfalas know more about these lands than we do, and Thingast may truly be haunted by shades. I tell you, I have had my fill of spirits. Alesser smiles. My companion Herlion was Lord of Gillen, Miloa, and he and I adventured with Forlong and days long ago. Forlong would say he could never have his fill of spirit, and Herlion would laugh and laugh. No room could be empty of cheer that had the 2 of them in it, but they are gone now, and cheer seems hard to come by. At least the memory of their jesting remains with me, and I cherish it. Alright, we're gonna go to Thingast. gotta go up there now. Ah. Doing some off-roading and taking a shortcut. Fields are nice and green here. Oh look, this town's up ahead. Gonna grab this mile marker.
You are here to help? Do you have a moment for me?
I know we have come to Pinath Galen for matters most serious, but I beg a small boon of you and the king, for we have come to a place of which I have heard a great deal, and all of it good. This is iaphel in Tamrost, and word of the high quality of its grapes has reached the ears of wine lovers across all of Gondor, even in distant Minas Tirith. Do you think you might see if one of the vintners here might gift us a bottle or two of their finest? I do not know what it is that makes the wine here so renowned, but this is like to be my only chance to sample it. Well, I can always ask.
Welcome to Iaphel, the most fruitful field among all the green hills of Pinath Gelen.
I understand your company came to Tamrost by the road from Anfalas. You saw then how dry that land can be, despite how near to the sea it lies. I will of course give the king and his party some bottles of our finest wine, for you must all be so parched. Our land is quite different than the Langstrand to the south, where that is a place of dry, salt-scarred cliffs. Ours is a green, rainy country. The mist of the sea comes to the mountains as low clouds, leaving fog in the hollows. It gives to our grapes a rich, full taste, and the wine we make from them is without compare. Aye, we will gift you some of bottles. But first I ask that some among your company help us with our work. Not the king and queen, of course, but we have grapes to pick, and you surely will not refuse when such quality wine is to be the reward. Of course, grape picking.
You have done very well with the work.
Should you wish to aid us in the future, I would not refuse the assistance. But I suppose the king has other tasks for you. I set aside some bottles for your company. Bring them to the king's provisioner, and be sure to tell her that if she wishes to purchase more for the cellars of Minas Tirith, the vintners of iaphel will give her a fair price. The king should have the finest of wines for his table, don't you agree?
Thank you for these. No, we cannot open them now.
We must save them for the right time. I'm certain they will live up to their reputation. But if we were to drink them now, in the field, we would truly be wasting the opportunity to enjoy them. Perhaps when the king's business in Peneth Gelen is done. Where does he intend next to travel?
Our next destination is Ost-Arndir, stronghold of the Lord of the Green Hills.
It was the keep of my friend and companion Herlun the Fair, but I understand after his death at Pelennor, his daughter now rules from that seat.
Healwyn's daughter is named Nauriel. She is high in the order of knights that protects Peneth Gelen.
A knight of the Green Hills. Herlun's daughter is named Nauriel, and she is high in the order of knights that protects Peneth Gelen. It is the tradition in this land that women may also wield sword and scepter. She is married to Carandolian, who is the brother of Duanhir of the Blackroot Vale, though I recall the two are quite different in temper. The son of Nauriel and Carandolian is named Thorngil, and must now be about 10 years old. A lesser not. Yes, I am afraid Herlun spoke often of our campaign in Umbar, and while it has been many years since I wrote the name Thorngil, his grandson was given that name in remembrance of me. I would prefer you not speak of it to Nauriel or her son. There must be few in outer Gondor these days who know the warrior Thorngil and the king Elasar for the same man, and I would like to keep it that way. Ost-Arndir is in the northeast of Iaphel. Let us travel there now before Gethril burdens our pack horses with more bottles of wine than we need. To speak honestly, this may have happened already. Okay, well, before we go there, I have quests to do, side quests, in this area. And before I do that, I need to go take out the trash. Literally. So, I will be right back. am back. Let us carry on.
Well met. I am Lumar, Scout Commander for the Knights of the Green Hills.
A meeting missed. Well met. I am Lumar, Scout Commander for the Knights of the Green Hills, and you, well, your reputation precedes you. The knights have spoken your name with cheer around many a fire. I pray I can charge you with a small task. My fellow scout, Igerna, went north to look into troubling reports of goblin activity. Alas, she missed her deadline for reporting back, and I can wait no longer before pressing on to Ostrander. Will you follow in her footsteps and see if she requires aid? She's one of the most capable scouts we have, and it's unlike her to be tardy. Head to Elbery Farm and speak with Herwin. Igerna planned to check on her. Oh, there's fire in the distance. That is usually not good.
Again, she came through here, but she's gone on up north.
She said she heard that goblins have been spotted blasting up the side of the mountain. Okay, I'll have to come back to Herwin later. I gotta go help Igerna first. New deed, Goblin Slayer. Found a goblin camp. Just also, I'm about to lose all my gear as I hit level 144. So that's gonna be interesting. Okay, there's a cave up ahead. Goblins are burrowing into the mountainside. Shredded pack lies here. Alright. Talk to Lamar. Gonna use my travel. Meeting missed. That's back there as well. Okay, well, we are still in Tumrost, so let's carry on with the quests here. Of course, he's not standing here anymore, so...
Welcome to King's Gondor, friend.
Alright. iaphel errands. If you have come to purchase wine, I'm afraid most of it is spoken for. Merchants from Minas Tirith have brought up my entire existing stock and almost all the product of the coming harvest. How much wine can one city drink? What I can offer you is work. There is plenty to do and not enough hands for doing. Okay, so there's going to be 4 quests here.
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
First one, a delivery for the cooper. Most of the wood being produced in Gondor is reserved for the rebuilding of homes and the construction of a new fleet of ships, or so I hear. This makes it hard to source wood for the barrels we need to store and age the wine. My clever cooper, Tregeth, has found a creative solution, reusing flotsam that has washed ashore. Some laborers from Langstrand brought some to the vineyard yesterday morning and left it by the entrance to town. Could I ask you to bring it the rest of the way to her? Set it down right beside her in front of the fence post that runs beside her home. Okay. Okay, here is the flotsam. And carry it to her home being that way. I love how now you walk slower if you actually are carrying a heavy load. That never used to be the case. I actually like that addition. Alright, this is not her home. Here's Tregeth. There we go.
There is always work to be done.
Ah, there's my delivery. It has been difficult to source quality wood as of late, so using recovered flotsam will help me keep up with production. Perhaps the wine aged in the barrels I'll make will be briny and taste of sea, because that is what everyone wants, salty wine. Alright, that's one done.
I never thought to see the days of peace come again.
Fence repair. Recent storms have damaged sections of fence around the vineyard. Animals have taken advantage of these gaps to sneak onto the grounds and feast on the fruit. One time, a sheep managed to get into the wine. I spent the next hour watching an apologetic shepherd coax the drunk critter back to the rest of the flock. As amusing as that was, it's probably for the best that it doesn't happen again. Okay. It is unclear where this fence is that we're supposed to repair. There it is. Okay. Oh, I see. There's a much larger vineyard back here. You must face the target. Let's try from this side. That brush was apparently in the way. Alright, fences have been repaired. No more sheep getting drunk.
Gondor has a king again. The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
iaphel's wine delivery service. If you plan to venture north in the near future, might I ask you to bring a bottle of wine to my friend Derva? We often make time to visit each other, but work at the winery is hungry for my time. Please give it to her with my apologies. She's all the way up there. Okay.
You are most welcome, my friend.
Oh, I was beginning to wonder when Murahir would come calling. He's busy at the vineyard, you say? I wish I could say that's surprising, but that man is in love with his work. That's all right. He'll make time for me sooner than later. He never makes me wait too long.
The long night has ended, and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
Garlic scapes are a fair exchange for wine. When you return to iaphel, I bother you to deliver a token of gratitude to Mirahir? We harvested some garlic scapes the other day. Their aroma and flavor speaks to the season, and he is an accomplished cook. I'm sure he would appreciate the fresh ingredients. Okay, well, she also...
The long night has ended and the sun rises upon a peaceful kingdom.
She also has a second quest. We will do this one as well. Unwelcome foragers. What we don't grow here, we forage from the woods to the northeast. Or at least we used to until some wood trolls moved in. They used to be fewer in number and stayed closer to the water. Something pushed them further uphill, and I don't know what. Normally I would be happy to live and let live, but over the past few nights I've noticed a few of them straying from the woods and getting closer to the farm than I'd like. I petitioned Ost-Arndir for aid, but it seems they are busy with some haradrim lingering to the southeast. Could I ask you to go into the woods and, discourage them from venturing too close? Oh, and while you're there, if you see any white mushrooms, could you pick them for me? They are the backbone of my summer stew recipe, and I haven't been able to pick any myself on account of the wood trolls. But she's got mushrooms right here. I guess those are special kind of mushrooms. Still need some mushrooms. 2 of them to be exact. I got 1 down here. It looks like the others are going to be back up this way. There is 1. Alright. Back to Derva.
I never thought to see such happy days as these.
Driver brushes some wood chips and twigs from your shoulder. You had a little something on there. I take it the witch rules have been dealt with? You nod and hand over the basket of mushrooms. She lifts them to her nose and inhales. I've missed that musty smell. Thanks, adventurer. I hope your future journeys treat you well. Okay, let's go back to Mirror Hair and go give him his garlic.
Gondor has a king again.
For me? Oh, these are beautiful. He takes a bite of one raw and smiles. Chopped fine and cooked in butter, this will go lovely over some roasted fish. Thank you for bringing me these.
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
The crows of Iaphel. I have a sickle fly problem and a bird problem. You would think the birds would eat the sickle flies, but for me, but no, that would be too convenient. The crows have seen fit to roost amongst the trellises along the western slope of the hill, just outside Iaphel's walls. Please shoo them away for me. The bird seems to say, "Drive me off, I care not, my belly is full, I have already won." You are confident that birds cannot cry, but this bird sounds like it's crying. The bird seems to say, "Curse you, I wasn't done eating." The bird swears vengeance with a sharp cry. "You have won this day, but my revenge shall be terrible." The bird flies away, forlorn and distraught.
Gondor has a king again. Gondor has a king again.
Vineyard pests. A swarm of sickle flies have made a home in the fields to the northwest. Sometimes they stray into the vineyards and spoil my grapes and bite my people. Can you help rid me of those pests?
The shadow of war is now behind us, and Gondor rejoices.
Mirror shivers as you tell him how you dealt with the sickle flies. I would have taken care of them myself if they didn't upset my stomach so. They are disgusting to behold, and the very sound they make is like a millstone against my ear. Thank you for your aid. Alright, folks. I am now level 144, and I wonder if this gear is still doing anything. Let's test. I have 141. Okay. So it's still active. I guess it's just the bonuses that aren't active anymore. I don't know. Oh, max level 144. It probably swaps when I get to 145.
I never thought to see the days of peace come again.
You have completed all the tasks that Mirror has set before you. He looks so happy he could hug you. He doesn't because you are sweaty, and he is sweaty, and despite his gratitude, he doesn't know you that well. What a gift you have for odd jobs. Could I convince you to stay, even for another day or so? Ah, you have other places to be, I understand. He tries not to look too disappointed, but he is a forthright man who wears his heart upon his sleeve. Okay. That's that fake circle down here for Lumar. He moved. Alright, we are going to go back to this spot here because there was a quest there.
Are you going down to my farm? Yes, it is mine. But alas, it's completely overrun with goblins.
The buried treasure of Elbery. Are you going down to my farm, Elbery? I'm Herwin, and yes, it is mine. But alas, it is completely overrun with goblins. I came back to see if they'd move on, but the wretched things are still there. I wonder if you could help me. When word came that goblins were sighted in the area, my father, well, you see, he's got a troubled mind, and I'm afraid he took all the money in our coffers and buried it about the property in an effort to keep it safe. I know I'm taking a big risk here, asking a stranger to recover it for me, but you're my only hope of getting back my coin before the goblins start wondering what's under the freshly dug earth. Please bring me back any coin you find, and I'll give you a share of it in return. Need to find 3 more dirts. There's 4. last one.
You actually did it! I had a good feeling about you. Glad I am that I trusted my gut.
Give them here then, and I shall be sure to keep them away from my dear addled father. Okay, now we can actually go to Ostander. Alright, we're gonna have to ride. Hey, Lone Gunman, how's it going? Okay, I'm gonna cut across country. You have discovered Ostander. Okay, I'll come back for this quest. First, I'm gonna go look for Lumar to turn in a missed meeting. Here he is.
This is a troublesome outcome indeed.
Miloa, you return without igerna, I see. You hand him the pack, and a worried recognition passes across his face. This is a troublesome outcome indeed. Why would igerna leave her pack behind? The leather is shredded, but thankfully there is no blood to be found. Perhaps she made an escape.
The pack you brought looks familiar to the one Igerna uses.
The shredded pack. The pack you brought looks familiar to the one Igerna uses. Will you search through it to see if you can find anything of import? You can use the table here to do so. You mostly found a clean shirt. You found a okay. You found a crumpled note. Lamar, I was right. There are goblins in Peneth Gillen. They've been hounding me for hours, but I managed to slip through their grasp thus far. I have heard one mentioning a farm with lots of four-legged, spotted dinners walking around. I can only imagine this is referring to Varbreeze's poor cows. I must go first to Winbury to see what fate has befallen Nordock. I will leave this message with... Wait, something draws near. The message abruptly cuts off.
I fear Igerna has been captured or assaulted given the state of this bag. What did you find?
I must stay here to receive reports from the rest of my scouts. We are working hard alongside the knights to ensure that the king's visit is untroubled.
Hey guys, I gotta take a bio. I will be back. Okay, I am back. Let's carry on. I must stay here to receive reports from the rest of my scouts. We are working hard alongside the knights to ensure that the king's visit is untroubled. Will you go east to Windbury and speak with Nordak? He may have seen or spoken with Igerna. All the way out there, okay. Let's grab the milestone. Nope, 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 nope. There has to be another exit. Yeah, see, there's the exit that I missed. Okay. You have discovered Windbury.
Stay where you are! We don't need any more trouble here.
You assure Nordak that you're here to help, and tell him that Lamar sent you. He must be looking for Igerna, eh? She's not here, and I wish she was. My fields have been infiltrated by enormous beetles. They are eating up my precious grapes. You get rid of them for me, and I'll tell you what I know about Igerna. Sure, I can take care of some pests. These are definitely the most vineyards that I have seen yet in Middle Earth.
goodness you came when you did. My harvest would have been devastated for the entire year otherwise.
Right, I can breathe now, and will give you the answer you're looking for.
It's been overrun by goblins. Can you believe it? This used to be a quiet place to live.
Raising a rumpus. Igerna came through here a few days ago and hasn't returned. She headed off to Ritherstad, even though I tried to warn her that it's been overrun by goblins. Can you believe it? This used to be a quiet place to live. I can see in your eyes that you're determined to follow after her. Like Igerna, you seem capable, but, well, I thought she was also, and she has yet to return. Good luck then. Keep your eyes open for Fabri. That fool also refuses to fall back to some place safe, and is probably lurking around his farm, getting into trouble with the goblins. Let's get to the bridge. You have discovered Ritherstad.
Who are you? Have you come to help?
Ah, Igerna? Yes, she came through here. She's since moved on to try to find the source of the goblins, leaving me here to defend my farm on my own. Well, truth be told, she directed me to flee to Ost-Arndur, but I shan't leave my home be overrun. What do you say? Will you help me deal a blow to these come? When you agree, Fabri's shoulders slump with relief. You have no idea how relieved I am to hear that. Now here's my plan. These goblins are here for my cows. I love these daft girls dearly, but they are far too unworried about our new guests. Go into the fields and give 'em a right good smack right on the rump. They'll run off a ways to safety. Slap some cow butt. Oh, I gotta slap the rump. Brulin huffs in surprise and gallops off. Okay. After a very judgmental side eye, she trots away. With a stomp of her hooves, she charges off. her tail irritably at you, but runs off. She ponders biting you, but then hustles away.
You did it! I saw my girls running for the hills.
They'll be safer out there for now, and I will remove myself to Ost-Aringer to ask for more help. You have my thanks.
Igerna went north from here, towards the mountains, a few days ago. I hope she's safe and unharmed, but I fear the worst.
On the trail of Igerna. Igerna went north from here towards the mountains a few days ago. I hope she's safe and unharmed, but I fear the worst. You should head that way if you're still determined to find her. Look at that moon. Man. That's pretty detailed. That's the best moon I've seen yet. Okay, I guess I found a goblin camp. Another goblin camp. Guess we're gonna have to go in there. But I do want this artifact chest, so... Following my standard right hand rule. Should I jump down? I don't know. I can't click on it. There she is.
Happiest of greetings upon you.
Yeah.
You have no idea how good it is to see a face that's not of goblin kind.
I pray you are a friend and not foe. You explained that Lumar sent you, and her shoulders slumped with relief. But then she winces at some pain in her side. Excuse me for not rising. My injury pains me greatly.
If I could, I would hug you. But the door to my cage is locked tight.
This is 3. The cave, the cage, the key. If I could, I would hug you, but the door to my cage is locked tight. I have only seen it unlocked with keys the overseer have. Hunt them down until you find the key.
Thank you, my new friend. I've been trapped in there for days. Much as I wish to be free of this dank place, we still have work to do.
Bringing down the mountain. Much as I wish to be free of this dark place, my friend, we still have work to do. From what I've overheard, this tribe of Rumpus goblins recently tunneled to the surface, and if we don't send them back underground, they shall continue to spill over into Penethgelen. These wretched louts are industrious, but lazy creatures, and they rely heavily on their black powder to blast open new tunnels in the mountainside. We can use this against them. Go and gather cases from around the cave and their camp outside. Then delve deeper into the mountain until you find the places from whence they come. Between sealing these off and the punishment you shall be dealing out, they will be hesitant to continue their plans to surface. My wound is troubling, but I think I can walk now. I shall meet you outside the cave when you are done. Trying to remember where we came in. Ah. There's a powder keg down there. Blow up the southwestern tunnel. Okay. Kasate menu. Now the western tunnel. And now the northwest tunnel. Ah!
I heard the explosions from here. May that make them think twice about coming to the lands of Gondor. Word of the goblins must be brought to Ost-Ondir. But my wound will make my journey a slow one.
Carrying words of warning. I beg you one last boon. Bring this report to Lumar. He needs to know about the threat of the goblins. The knights will take it from there, Miloa. Okay. Here's my map. Milestone.
You return, with the scent of black powder about you, but looking none the worse for wear. Did you find igerna?
You hand him the report and explain what you found. He takes it from you and reads it gravely. It seems we owe you great thanks for your actions in Crosshuff and across Penath Glen. I shall send knights to deal with the remaining goblins, and a horse for igerna, that she might not have to walk all the way back. Thank you, Miloa. You are true to your reputation, and lucky we are that you arrived when you did. Okay, now we can go do a night of the Green Hills. Go wrap that one up. Travel to the northern entrance of the keep of Ost-Ondir. Here's the keep. And there's Hebron.
Welcome to Ostandir, home of the Lady Noriel, Knight of the Green Hills.
And Lord of Penethgillen, she awaits you inside the hall. Okay, so there's probably an upstairs? This looks like a dining room. Do not have permission to use that. And here are some stairs. Yay, I found her.
I am pleased to see you among the Green Hills, King Elisar and Queen Arwen.
You and all your company are welcome to stay for as long as it pleases you. Know that there are dangers still in Penethgillen, for Haradrim fighters were transported here on Corsair ships during the war, and my knights have not yet found them all. Raiders from Umbar too have come up the rivers in small boats to harry our people. But I see warriors among your company, and if they exercise caution, they should fear little. I understand you have brought gulls, heir, orgolas with you on the visit. My son Thorngil will be delighted to entertain a boy of his own years. Perhaps this elf, Miloa, will show orgolas to my son's chambers. You will find them to the northeast, through the door on the right.
Hello. I'm going to train to be a knight when I'm old enough.
So you're a hunter? Are you a good one? Thorngil dismisses your answer with a casual wave and turns to Orgolas. I'm going to train to be a knight when I'm old enough. It won't be very long from now, just a year or two. I have already been practicing my swordplay with sticks and with implements from the kitchens. Do you want to see? We can pretend to duel, and whoever wins gets to be the king of Outer Gondor. I wager King Elisar will be very impressed with us.
I will be fine. You can go now.
Back home in Langkirion, Errands often lets me climb the tower and look out over the sea, and I have seen a great many Corsair ships going here and there across the waves. Once, when the sky was clear, I thought I could see all the way to Umbar, but he said that wasn't possible. But I have very sharp eyes, just like my father did, and he was a great mariner and fought bravely at the Black Gate of Mordor. I'll be fine, Miloa. You can go now. You decide to leave the boys to their game and see if Hebron has any work for you. Guessing Hebron is outside. Nope. Hebron is inside. No, he's by the gate. That's right, that's right.
There is always something that needs doing in and around Ostandir.
Miloa, you're looking for something to do while the king and queen speak with Lady Noriel? I am glad to hear it, for there is always something that needs doing in and around Ostarnder. Can I ask you to deal with any of the foes that encroach upon our lands? There is no shortage of threats throughout many of the Green Hills. Let's just go fight some goblins. I think they're the closest. Ooh, there's a stable master here I haven't found yet.
Days of peace have come at last to Gondor.
I wonder if anything counts. Let's check. Yeah, anything counts. Okay.
I am grateful for your service on behalf of Ostandir and the Lady Norio.
I see why the king has made you part of his traveling company.
Do you often befriend liars and encourage them to speak untruths?
Because orgolas here has told me something surprising, and there is no way it could be true. He says that King Alessar adventured with my grandsire Herlun in Umbar many years ago, and that he is the Thorongul for whom I was named. Oh boy.
He is just making it up.
His namesake. One look at the king tells me he could not be old enough to have been a fighting age when my grandsire Herlun adventured in Umbar. To think Orgolas believes I would fall for such falsehoods. I tell you, I am smarter than that.
But it is true. I am not lying.
I heard King Alessar say he was the very same Thorongil that adventured with Herlun and Forlong in Umbar so many years ago. It is true. Tell him, Aloa. I wish Thorongil would believe me, but he is going to take me to see the Wave Hunter, where it sits at dock, and I do want to see the ship my father left to me, so you tell the boys they should not go alone, but they pay you no mind. There is no stopping them. Find Darren at the keep's kitchen. And tell him where the boys plan to go.
What? Orgolas has left the keep with Nauriel's son? Already?
We only just arrived! How can he have already slipped my watch and disappeared? You tell Darum that the boys intended to see the wave hunter where it is docked, and he breathes a sigh of relief. That is not far from here to the east. Quickly now! Ah. I went into the water again. Orgolas peers up through the rigging of the wave hunter.
I told him not to do it, but he would not listen to me.
Now he is halfway up the rigging of the wave hunter, even though I told him he should not climb it. It is my ship, Miloa, given to me by my father, and Thorongil should do what I say, and not what I forbid concerning it.
What if he falls? At least Orgolas has sense enough to stay on solid ground.
I am not burdened with the duty of protecting Thorongil. Still, I do not want him to fall, but thank the valor it is not Orgolas up there. Lady Mara would cook me on a spit and serve me to her guests. High above you, Thorongil clings to the rigging of the wave hunter. Why should I? Thorongil calls down to you. Talk to Thorongil on the deck of the wave hunter. You worry too much, Miloa. I was not in any danger, but even if I was, I would not be afraid. I am no coward. I was named for the great hero Thorongil, sword brother of my grandsire Herlun, and mighty hero of Gondor. He warred with Umbar many years ago, and I have heard from the men-at-arms of Ost-Arndir that even today the Umbarim tremble when they speak his name. I'm going to follow in his footsteps as soon as I am old enough to become a knight of the Green Hills, and that is the truth, unlike what Everlies Orgolas insists on telling. To think King Ilesar might be the same man as Thorongil of old? Pig slop. I tire of this ship anyway. Orgolas's mother sent the wave hunter here during the war, and it did not even see any fighting. What a waste that is.
I suppose we should return to Ost-Arndir.
Thorongil and I are about the same age, but I think he is, I don't know, Orgolas kicks a small stone into the water, and the ripples run up against the side of the wave hunter before dispersing. He is rather childish, isn't he? He says he will soon become a knight of the Green Hills, but I think he is too rash and too unthinking and too... I don't know. A proper knight should not be any of those things, Miloa. He does not give a thought for any of his people, and speaks only of his own glory. And I was telling the truth about King Elessar. I suppose we should return to Ostrander. My warhorse went wonky.
The boys are safe? Thank the Valar.
A scout has just arrived from Tumrost, driving his horse beyond exhaustion. The Corsairs have attacked in force.
The Lady Norio prepares a response to deal with the Corsair raiders.
Thank you everyone for watching today. I am gonna call it here. Gotta go make dinner for the family and get ready for this week. Y'all have a good night.